Good evening. The June 15th, 2023 board meeting is now in session. Item 1.1. Mrs. Medina, will you please take roll call vote? I mean, roll call attendance.
Mr. Ibarra?
Present.
Mrs. Haro? Mr. Flores? Ms. Thorin Ojeda? Mr. Fuentes?
Present.
Mrs. Flores? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Dan Flores will lead us in our pledge of allegiance.
Please place your right hand on your heart and join me in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. We have an interpreter, Cynthia Bueno, available for Spanish-speaking persons.
Thank you, Board President. Muy buenas noches a todos. Sorry. Soy Cynthia Bueno, recepcionista. Pardon? Recepcionista y should I just do it anyway? Traductora del distrito, esta noche estaremos proporcionando servicios de intérprete. Si alguien desea escuchar la reunión completamente en español, puede encontrarme en la mesa trasera donde pueden utilizar los dispositivos. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Item 1.3, adoption of the June 15th, 2023 agenda. I will ask for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following amendments. Amend action item 5.87, approval of classified reclassification, electronics technician for incumbents. The committee recommends these individuals be reclassified to the position of senior electronics technician at range 62 of the classified salary schedule. Senior electronics technician to incumbents. The committee recommends no reclassification. Amend closed session item 11.3, personnel public employee, appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, government code 54957, addition of 2 certificated coaches, head varsity soccer boys, head varsity soccer girls, addition of 6 classified coaches, head varsity basketball girls, head varsity soccer boys, head varsity soccer girls, head varsity volleyball girls, Pep squad director co-ed, track assistant co-ed. Addition of 2 volunteer coaches, volleyball girls, football boys. Have a motion, please?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Board Member Fuentes to adopt the agenda as recommended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? On the motion by Board Member Haro and a second by Board Member Fuentes. On a 7-0 vote, the board adopted the agenda as recommended. And you saw the Mrs. Sandoval time. Thank you. Okay. 2.1, Association of Colton Educators, A Sunshine for Colton Joint Unified School District. Sorry. I'm opening a public hearing. Are there any public comments pertaining to this item? None? Close the public hearing. Item 2.2. Colton Joint Unified School District, Sunshine for Association of Colton Educators, ACE. And open the public hearing and invite Dr. Dade to the podium. Dr. Dade. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Board President Thorne Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. The Colton Joint Unified School District submits the following initial proposal for 2023-24 reopeners to the collective bargaining agreement with the District of Colton Educators, ACE. The district is interested in bargaining the following articles. Article 7, wages and health and wealth benefits. Article 8, hours of employment. Article 10, evaluation procedures. Appendix 1, provisions and requirements related to salary schedule. Appendix 2, ratio schedule for non-teaching assignments. Appendix 3, extra duty and miscellaneous. And Appendix 4, coaching/activity pay. This list is not exhaustive, and the district reserves the right to make additional proposals as negotiations progress. Any additional subjects will be brought 24 hours prior to those issues arising per Government Code 3547D. The district is also reviewing all other provisions of the collective bargaining agreement for the 2023-24 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dade. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, closing the public hearing. Item 2.3, proposed local control and accountability plan for 2023-24. Open the public hearing. Are there any public comments pertaining to this item? Close the public hearing. Item 2.4, proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-24 and fund balances above the minimum recommended reserve for economic uncertainties, Ed Code 42127A2B and 42127.01. Open the public hearing. Are there any public comments pertaining to this item? Hearing none. Close the public hearing. Item 3.1, announcement regarding public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda, Government Code 54954.3A. For public comment, each speaker will be invited to the podium and should begin by stating his or her name and residing city. Board Bylaw 9323 states that individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 15 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Our first comment, public comment tonight is Ryan Duckworth.
Good evening, Board President Thorne Ojeda, members of the school board, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, assistant superintendents, directors, honored guests, and members of our Colton Joint Unified School District community. My name is Ryan Duckworth, and I am a music teacher here in our district. It is my understanding that this evening you have been presented with printed copies of the CJUSD Visual and Performing Arts Strategic Plan. While the formal presentation about the contents of this document has been postponed into next academic year, I wanted to take this opportunity of a few short minutes to speak to you about the process and promise of this document. Those of you who know me know that I've been advocating for this kind of document for our district for many years. A strategic plan is, in the broadest terms, a plan to plan. It creates guidance and gives direction to our combined efforts to meet the expectations of the California Education Code, the California Arts Standards, and our community's expectations. Over the past 2 years, representatives from every level of our district and in every art discipline our district currently offers, along with representatives from the community as well as district leadership, met several times to assess our needs, available resources, and to generate the structural content of this document. With assistance from the California Arts Project, we identified 4 key focus areas and a phased plan for implementation to grow towards those goals. The narrative portion of the document was drafted by a smaller team, though it did still represent Grand Terrace, Colton, and Bloomington, elementary, middle, and high school, as well as music, theater, and visual arts. Speaking as a music teacher and arts education advocate, I am excited to share this document with you and eagerly await the opportunity to start implementing this plan. It is, in my opinion, our best path towards creating a sustainable visual and performing arts program that provides our students with a robust, sequential, and well-supported opportunity to discover their own artistic talents and develop artistic literacy in and through art, media art, music, theater, and dance. I look forward to many conversations in the coming months about how we can start turning this vision into our reality as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker, Lisa Villa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lisa, and I'm from Colton. I had the privilege of hosting the Miss Colton pageant this past weekend. So I'd like to congratulate the new Miss Colton, Brooke Carlson, who is a recent Yellow Jacket, and she was the drum major for the Colton High Band, and I'm very proud of her. So I wanted to say that publicly. I just finished up my 34th year in this district, and I know it seems like I'm always complaining, and I'm never happy. But in actuality, I just want us to be better. The fact that I have been coming up here for over 2 years to complain about the security department and how the security managers have singled me out and harassed me. They're unprofessional, vindictive, and abuse their power. It is the purpose of anyone in the educational field to make sure that all students and staff are successful and feel safe. I do not feel safe. We need to be on the same page. I have a son that just graduated. My 14th child just graduated. I have a grandson that just graduated. I have 19 up and coming Yellow Jackets. So I'm not going anywhere, and I want better for my community. But the complaining side of me is only here because so much water has gone under the bridge that our department is broken. I have many facts and events. My intentions are to make things better for all students, staff, and myself, because we all matter, not just some of us. I want to say that although we have a new administration at Colton High, now I'm talking as a parent, and we are headed on the right path, it's going to take years to get it back to the glory that it once was, because the previous administration disrespected our alma mater and our community time and time again. Even giving you the facts that I gave you, you still allowed it. And not only that, you promoted that person. So there's no credibility that you would promote someone that has documented facts of test scores, unfairness, disrespect towards our Yellow Jackets. But Mr. Abbott's there now, and I pray to God that we keep going forward. I'm happier these days, not complaining as much, because he is the right person for the job. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Jessica Chavez.
Good evening, Board President Story Ojeda, Board Members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. I, Jessica Chavez, am here to express my profound gratitude for an exceptional opportunity I was given to participate in the CJUSD Leadership Seminar. As the Central Kitchen Lead for CJUSD, I am truly thankful for this invaluable experience. Through this seminar, I have undergone personal and professional growth, gaining a deeper understanding of my role as a leader and the kind of leader I aspire to be. As a classified employee, I previously held the belief that growth seminars were only available to management and certified staff. However, the CJUSD Leadership Seminar has completely transformed my perspective, emphasizing that all employees, regardless of their department, possesses the capacity for remarkable leadership and contribute to the organization's success. I pledge to utilize the insight gained from the seminar to guide both current and future leaders in realizing our vision of prioritizing students, fostering achievement, promoting equity, and nurturing wellness. I will employ the 4 tools of leadership direction: leading my peers, leading my bosses, leading myself, and leading others, to ensure that our collective efforts are directed towards these goals. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the school boards and staff for their unwavering dedication and hard work in making this opportunity available to us. Your commitment to fostering leadership within the CJUSD committee is commendable, and I am eager to pay it forward by mentoring future participants in the CJUSD leadership program. Once again, I sincerely thank you for your attention and the support you have provided. Thank you.
We'll now move on to item 4.1, 2023-24 Local Control and Accountability Plan and District Budget, Educational Service Division, and Business Services Division. Assistant Superintendent Fromm and Dr. Peterson will be presenting.
Good evening, Board President Thorne Ojeda, Board Member Superintendent Miranda, Dr. Miranda, and members of the audience. It is my pleasure tonight to be here along with Director Joda Murphy and our Business Services team to present our 2023-24 Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, and our district budget. And so I'm going to jump right in to the LCAP. If you remember, we were here in April and we presented the work of all of the committees and all of the groups, the work of the plan and what we were looking at, adding to the LCAP for this year. And so just giving you an update on where we're at. So we completed this year's plan, did the survey, did our dashboard presentation, did all of our parent, community, and educational partner engagement, as well as presenting to the board through April this year. We then took that information and began writing the plan. And so we're here tonight, as you can see that through the public hearing and then the approval on the 29th, the plan is listed there. And so we have our LCAP annual update. That's part of that, the budget overview for parents, the summary tables, and the local indicators, which will be in a report format. And so those are all due to the county June 30th. So it'll be a quick turnaround from the 29th to the 30th and turning that in. Just a quick review of the educational partner engagement process. You see the 4 main LCAP groups there: steering, parent, student, and writing committees, and then all of our community partners with our parent groups, DLAC, APAC, DPAC, our community cabinet, and of course the school board. And so all of that information was taken from those groups in order to complete the final plan. And so just some reflections on this year and those things that we identified as successes and things that we identified as continued needs. And so I'm just going to go through a couple of those that are listed there. Big piece of this year was our design plan kickoff and the work of the plan with the professional learning teams and the different task forces that began. We had an increase in mental health support and expanding that program, which was dearly needed by our students and our families. And so that was a success this year. We finished the plan for expanding dual immersion to TK in 23-24 at almost all of our dual immersion sites. And then we also started the elementary reading challenge and had 2 rounds of that challenge completed this year. And then numerous expanded learning opportunities that provided enrichment and intervention for our students throughout the year. And some of our continued identified needs, again, our student and family support is still a need. Our differentiated assistance and support for our low-performing subgroups. A big focus next year will be on EL strategies and differentiation. And then, as you can see, our other areas of the dashboard that are listed there. Quickly, we're going to go through the goals. We've presented this information to you. What's different is in the 23-24 update, some of those items have been updated with 22-23 information. Some you'll, probably about half, it's still from 21-22 as those are lagging items. And then the rest are updated with that. And so you'll see the 23-24 update. One change, if you remember last year in this information, this was the benchmark. And so these are our benchmark numbers from this past year of how we did. So next year, you'll actually see two columns, the column that's there this year and then the column that's for next year. And so you'll be able to see the comparisons. Goal number 2 is our student achievement data. And these are a lot of our testing with CASP and our internal tests that we use for students for assessments. Want to stop real quick for a second and just kind of touch on our dashboard graduation rate. If you remember, we stood up here probably September or October and talked about where our students were, our seniors, with regard to graduation. And at that point, we had 76% of our seniors that were on track to graduate. And so if you remember that, it was not a good day in my department when we got that news. And so that was the dawning of Mission 220. And so Mission 220 began, and I want to congratulate Dr. Mooney, our high school principals, our counselors, and all the people that put work into that, all the teachers that participated in that, our students for doing that. If you look at our students that were present as seniors this school year, the graduation rate for that was 91.1%. Now that's not the dashboard graduation rate, but you can see the effect of, we went from 76% that are on track to graduate to actually 91% graduating. We also have 115 or more students that are in summer school or adult ed that are still taking courses that will add to that number. So we're hoping to hit the 93, 94% piece. What comes out of that are dropouts, so we don't know that number as of yet. That will be subtracted from that. And then for the dashboard, it's a year 4, year 5 cohort. So last year's graduate percentages goes with this year's graduate percentages. And so we won't know that number. The dashboard graduation rate won't really have an idea on that until later this summer. But we're encouraged by the number of seniors that graduated this year and our percentage this year going up. So this is a lagging number too, as all the other numbers will increase to that. So I'm hoping we'll at least be in the area of where we were this year and not dropping, which would be a positive and exceptional if we actually increase that quickly. And the good news is our juniors were freshmen. Juniors this year, now incoming seniors were freshmen during the pandemic. There were a lot of failures that year. There were a lot of issues we found with juniors being on track to graduate as well. The good news is we started with juniors during second semester this year with Mission 220. So they're already in the process of doing that. A lot of them are enrolled in summer school for Mission 220. Mission 220 will continue throughout the summer and into next year. And so we're really hoping that those numbers go up. So I wanted to stop for a minute and just touch on that with you all. And then I'm going to turn it over now to Director Murphy to go through the remaining goals.
Goal number 3 is our wellness goal, and the metrics for this goal focus on our dashboard areas of school climate and mental health support for our students. We're already seeing that the early results are showing that the chronic absenteeism rate is decreasing and the attendance rates are increasing. Goal number 4 is on family and community engagement. The metrics for this goal are on parent engagement activities and our communication avenues, as well as our workshops. All of our 22-23 metrics are included in here. This is updated with this year's data. And what we're also seeing is that we've had more parent engagement activities for our parents to be involved in. And so we're seeing the numbers increase due to the large number of activities that we're having. Goal number 5 is our maintenance goal. The maintenance goal covers the areas that we're required to do regardless of if we have an LCAP or not. These areas are centering around teacher credentialing, adopting different instructional materials, following the state standards, and keeping our facilities repaired. We're very pleased to report that we continue to find 0 findings with our instructional materials. On On here is our LCAP additional funding for personnel. We determined this list of personnel based on our additional funding, based on meeting with our different groups of our community partners, our LCAP committee, our bargaining groups, and executive cabinet. Just a highlight on here for the Wellness Center consultants, we're not going to be funding that through LCAP. We're going to be refunding that through our different learning loss grants. Another thing to highlight up here is our music, art, PE, elementary teachers. We're very excited that we're able to fund these this year for the dual purpose of making sure that our students are involved in quality enrichment programs, but also giving our teachers time to collaborate. We are happy to announce that we have enough funds available to fund all of the items here on this list based on the increase of UPP and our budget increase. So you can see all of our different items on there. And then lastly, our LCAP indicators are required by the state, but we don't write them into our LCAP at this point. An administrative report is going to be provided to you at the next board meeting. But if you notice the local indicators on here on teachers and instructional materials, the implementation of state academic standards, parental involvement, school climate, and access to a broad course of study. And these indicators are going to be reported to the state in October when we report this on the dashboard.
And finally, in closing our part on the LCAP, this next year's plan will be the final year of the 3-year plan, which means when we come back in August and September, we'll be beginning a new cycle, new 3-year cycle, and planning for a new 3-year document. So all metrics, all activity, all actions and services, everything will be relooked at to see if there's a need to continue and if we are going to make changes at that point to goals or to the metrics. And so we're, as always, committed to implementing the LCAP as it's written in order to support our students and provide the necessary actions and services to them so that they can graduate and be successful in their courses. And I just personally want to acknowledge and thank everyone that's been a part of this. This is you talk about a community program. This is a community event to do the LCAP, and so it takes it's a year long. It takes a lot of work, and I want to also thank my counterpart here, Director Murphy, for helping with the process and taking on being the co-leader of that process this year. Being able to tag team with someone, and especially her, has been a definite benefit to this, and I can't express the appreciation for that, as well as for our different committees. And so I just want to, everybody here in the audience at some point, as I look around, for the most part, have participated in some way to the LCAP. And so I just want to thank everyone and thank the board for their feedback and for their support with everyone in this process. And so now I'm going to turn it over for our budget presentation to Assistant Superintendent Fromm.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson. So I see there's a new sign here, 6 inches away from the microphone. I think that was put here for me because last time I spoke, I was told I didn't speak into the microphone. I wasn't heard. So I thank you for the sign there. Before we begin, I want to thank our amazing fiscal director, Maria Amanda. Our book, if you notice, is different now. We have pictures of kids on here. Used to be just a blank white page. Her team took it to task to put kids on here because when you look at this book of numbers, which can make people go quiet, first page shows why we're here and what all these numbers are representing the kids in that. So I want to thank her and her team for putting this together. And moving forward, you're going to see different pictures of our students on every book that we bring forward. Interim reports, adoptions, all of them, because we have to know we're doing it for the kids, and that's why we're here. So thank you. All right. So as we begin, let's talk about some highlights from our estimated actuals as we close out this year. So in our estimated actuals, as we're going to close the books, which will be starting in a few weeks from now, includes the 10% ongoing salary increase, includes the 3% off, updated revenues and expenditure estimates, final reported enrollment of 19,296 students, and our P2 ADA, which came out at 17,487 and the 0.89. Now you might say 0.89, why didn't we just round that up or just not put that in? That's important. That intunes to a lot of dollars too, because like I've spoken here before, and I will continue to speak every time I do, we staff We plan for all the kids to show up. However, the state only gives us money for the ones that do show up. That is our average daily attendance. So even the 0.89 helps us and that. This is a slide that comes from School Services of California that just points out that every year the budget process starts in January when the governor releases his initial budget for the next year. And it just shows you for the current year, year past and year going forward, the projections change from when they first come out at the beginning of the year to the May revised. Now, this year is a different year too, because there's a lot of unknowns with revenues because the tax returns date was pushed back out of for the whole state of California, except for two counties got pushed back. So that affects us because the top 1% earners in the state of California bring them the most tax dollars in, and that's how funds our schools and that. So that's why this is important too. So there's a lot of unknowns still. And as you can see from the first of the year to May revised, those numbers have fluctuated down a little bit. I'm going to turn it over next slide to Maria Amanda.
Good evening, Board President Thorino Ojeda, board members, Superintendent Dr. Miranda, and audience members. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to present on the proposed budget. This slide highlights the main changes from the January budget to the May revision. In the May revised, the governor is proposing to fully fund the COLA at 8.22%, which increased from 8.13% that was projected in January. In January, the governor also proposed a 30% decrease to the art, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. In the May revise, he is proposing a 50% reduction to that grant. Also, in order to address the growing Proposition 98 deficit, the governor is proposing reductions to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant.
Now, this next slide shows declining enrollment throughout the state. And this is the top counties that are affected the most, but it's affecting most of the state. Now, just because San Bernardino County is not on there, it's affecting us as well too. So as we move forward with declining enrollment, it's very important that the students that do come, that are enrolled, come to school and we get them to school. Because like I said previously, and I keep on saying, we only get the funding for when they show up, not for being enrolled and that. So this is not a Colton problem. This is not just a San Bernardino County. This is a statewide problem, and every district different in dealing with those problems of declining enrollment. Next slide. Here's some things that have put our budget at risk and that as we move forward. Number one thing that we just talked about is our enrollment going down, and that with enrollment going down, that means less funding going into the schools. So that's critical piece. Also, expiring one-time funds. We have a lot of one-time funds that are expiring that are funding a lot of programs and some positions and things like that. So that will be something monitoring moving forward, where we're going to move those funds, those expenses to in the out years when we have to, when those funds completely expire as well. Also, the ADA protection is gone. If you remember, we had a couple years of the hold harmless. That's over now, and that so it's our actual ADA is what we're going to get funded on in the 3-year rolling average backwards, and that. So for a couple of years, we had those 2 years in a row that locked us in. Now those are going away in that. So you're going to see a steeper decline in that, and that's a risk to it. And also compensation and cost pressures as well too is a factor too, with the COLA bargaining and things along that line. So those are risks not only to ours, but every budget in every school district throughout the state of California.
This slide shows the district's enrollment and ADA trends for the past 7 years with projections for the next 3. The top line represents enrollment with actuals in black and projections in orange. The bottom line represents P2 ADA as of April of each year. As you follow the lines, you can see that the enrollment and ADA are decreasing at the same rate, with the exception of the 1920 and 2021 fiscal years. The ADA in those years is the same due to the hold harmless protection afforded to districts during the pandemic. In 21-22, we see a steep decrease due to the expiration of the hold harmless, with the decline continuing in 22-23. This decline equates to 90% attendance rate, which is below the district's historical rate of 95%. In 23-24, we are projecting that the attendance rate will increase slightly to 91% and then to 93% in the out years. This slide details the changes in the LCFF revenue from the current year to the 23-24 fiscal year. In 23-24, there is a projected increase of $6.4 million to the base funding, which includes the 8.22% COLA and the 3-year average for ADA. The supplemental grant is projected to increase by $650,000, while the concentration grant is projected to decrease by $153,000, resulting in a total projected revenue of $286.2 million. Below the chart, we see the breakdown of LCFF revenues, with the base funding projected to be $212.9 million and total LCAP funding projected to be $73.2 million. The district will continue to track the LCAP supplemental and concentration carryover separately from the general fund, since those funds can no longer be swept to cover general fund expenses.
Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the assumptions that we use to build the budget we're bringing forward for adoption and our multi-year projections on the way out. A couple of them I want to focus in on as we've been talking about our enrollment. As you can see, for the current year, we're projected to estimated actuals enrollment of 19,296, and then it's going down 18,842, 18,646, and 18,404 as projected. But the more important one is below that. That is the ADA. That is actually increasing a little bit, and that's what we need. We need to get those numbers as close together as possible. The lower one closer to the top one. What I mean by that is we need the ADA, the closer number to that, to our enrollment, and that will bring us the most maximum dollars that we can to the district. And that's why it's very important that we're proactive in getting kids to school, messages out to parents, because it is critical. Because like I mentioned here before, California is only one of 6 states that fund schools based on who shows up, not in who's enrolled. And like I mentioned before, we staff like they're all going to show up because we have to. Also, I want to point another huge factor is the STRS and PERS rates. They growing. You can see the STRS rates are locked in for the next 4 years, but the CalPERS rates are skyrocketing, where they're at 25.37% this year, going up in projected year out of 25-26 to 28.30. And they don't provide extended relief to the districts for that or additional special funding for it. So we have to use these dollars that we get for our students to cover those rising costs. And it's putting a pinch on ours and every other district in the state as well. And also too, just to highlight at the end, we're going to have to address in the future out years, we have some ongoing expenses funded out of restricted funds, one-time funds that we're going to look to move back to the general fund in the 25-26 school year as well.
This slide shows the unrestricted general fund budget and the multi-year projections. The district is projecting to deficit spend in the budget year and the 2 out years, causing us to significantly spend down our ending fund balances and impacting our ability to sustain the reserves we currently have allocated for future projects and needs. However, we are still meeting our required 3% reserve for economic uncertainty in all 3 years. We will continue to look into our spending and budgeting patterns to reduce our deficit spending in the out years. As this pie chart illustrates, the district's main source of funding is LCFF revenue, which accounts for 97% of the total unrestricted general fund. This chart breaks down the various expenditure categories in the district's unrestricted general fund. As the chart illustrates, salaries and benefits account for the biggest portion of the district's expenditures.
So our next steps moving forward are 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be back here for the adoption of LCAP budget. And then the next day is the deadline for the governor to adopt from the state and for us to submit our LCAPs and our approved budgets to the San Bernardino County Superintendents of Schools. On or before the 15th of August, we'll have to bring back, if we need to, a 45-day budget revision, depending on what happens when a deal is reached between the Assembly, Senate, and Governor. And that will be after July. So if there's any changes, we'll bring that back. And then in September, we'll be here for the board to consider our unaudited actuals. Any questions?
Any questions? Dan or Mr. Flores?
Let's go in reverse order. We'll start with budget questions and then we'll go to the LCAP questions. You mentioned obviously PERS and identified PERS as a growing concern, and it has been for a while. There's always been, and there's been talk at times, whether it's from the legislature or the governor, about some kind of relief for public agencies. Are you hearing anything? Are we hearing anything to try to offset or help us manage the impact? Because PERS is not just a Colton Joint Unified or even a school district problem. It's all government agencies that are in the PERS system.
So no, there's not been any talk that I've heard of. And one of the things that in the educational field, which school districts are kind of upset about, they want us to use our Prop 98 funding that we get for our students to cover these costs. That's basically what they're doing now in that. So there is a big push from AXA, from school services as well, and CSBA to get something where they provide relief there. But as of right now, there hasn't been any discussion of that.
And what is our plan internally to try to, we've talked about in the past, but when we have the available resources, sort of smooth that by allocating funds for future PERS increases so that we don't feel the full brunt of that spike if it goes up, in some cases, it goes up substantially. Have we looked at that? Are we doing that? What is our internal policy and approach to that?
As of right now, we're not putting additional funds towards it. And that because all the additional one-time monies we have are for learning, recovery, and items like that. But we are doing a little bit on the other side to free up funds from the general fund. We're using some of the one-time dollars to fund the last 2 years of the SERP we did 2 years ago. So that's not affecting the general fund because some of the one-time dollars can go towards operating expenses, and that's an operational expense. So we took that and put that into expiring dollars because that's expiring as well too. We have 2 more payments, this July 1 and then next July 1. But we haven't done anything with the PERS and that just the resources aren't there to be able to do that use as of right now.
Then with respect to the SERP, are we actually going to be paying that off a little sooner than anticipated or?
No, but we looked into that because of the fact if we did, we'd have a prepayment.
Oh, there is prepayment penalty.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's
don't
why
wanna do
we
that.
allocated in the 2 years, this coming fiscal year and the next one, and then our payments will be done on that.
But we're able to do it in a way where it doesn't have as great of an impact to the general fund.
Correct. We moved it out with the one-time dollars that we have. Yes.
Just a quick comment on that. Heard John Gray on Monday speak about the STRS issue and
Yeah.
I think, quote, and probably get the wrong date, but about 25 years, maybe 30 years ago, it was 0%. It was 0. So now we're facing 19.1% for the STRS. So a lot has changed. And I heard John Gray say that there is nothing that the state is doing regarding this issue. And we've been, we're part of SANDEBS and Mr. Fuentes is part of that, and that's come up. So we've been trying to seriously advocate for relief and help on this. However, there has not been any movement on it from the state level.
Okay.
So to piggyback on that, if we go back to the slide where we're talking about, when we're talking about, where I wanted to go to. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. Of the ADA and the enrollment piece and that. So there is no extra money for the PERS costs that are coming in and that. And so when you have the COLA that's at 8.22 and that it's not a true 8.22 because we have rising expenses and declining enrollment. So that really, that effect of true 8.22 would be as nothing's changed and you're just adding that on. But our revenues are going down because we're losing kids. So that's a factor. We're having these increased costs of the PERS, at least the STIRS is locked in for those 4 years. And we're also, if you look to the multi-year projection out, our contributions keep growing to special ed because the government and the federal government does not fund it so it can be self-sustainable in that too. So when you factor all those in, a COLA of 8.22 really isn't a COLA of 8.22. It's much less when the increased expenses are tied to that as well.
What, this is kind of a random question. I don't know if you have this data point, but what percentage of our employees fall into the, are grandfathered into the older PERS system versus, is it PEPRA, right? Came in, God, now it's been, is that 20, how long ago was it, 2010 or something, where you have the 2 tiers of retirees? Do we have any idea what that break is? Or if you could figure that out?
We can look into it though.
Yeah, and what that attrition rate is would be interesting, because I know when we were at the county, we were looking at that. County, much like our school district, we thought, well, gosh, people work here forever, so we're not going to feel the benefit of that split. But we were surprised to see at the rate in which folks are moving out and new folks coming in, that more are moving into that second tier, which it saves us a little. It's not a huge difference, but I know, but it is a difference, right? So the formula is different, and you have to be older to retire, et cetera. So I'd be curious to know what that split is for us.
We'll look into that data and put it in board communication.
Okay. And then budget-wise, just out of curiosity, and obviously we're looking at the projection in the years out, and we've got the adopted budget from current fiscal year, projected next year. You'll present us the actuals for 23, 24 once those are prepared. Do we run monthly, month-end reports on a regular basis? I'm curious if that's something that you could share with us via email about where we are now, and knowing it's just a snapshot, obviously, of where we are. But it would be helpful to see, because I know a much smaller scale, I use those as I'm working through the fiscal year and identifying our budget. But it'd be interesting to see where we see some savings, where we've seen probably a little over budget. But if we do have a month end that can be presented to the board just by email, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, we can work on that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then last one, just a comment really on the declining enrollment, which we hear about that a lot, and there's a lot of talk around it. The birth rate has been dropping in the United States for the last 30 years. This is not a surprise. I hope and I'm speaking now as a school board member, policymaker, whatever capacity of leadership we have, to try to change the dialogue that, this is a problem, it's a crisis that we have to solve. It's like, hey, unless you're going to convince folks to have more kids, it's not going to happen. It's not so much as dealing with the problem as accepting a reality and evolving with it. I probably aren't a whole lot of folks in this room that have more children than their parents were than their grandparents, so to speak. My mother was one of 4. My father was one of 6. Yeah, I don't have 6 kids. I don't have 4 kids. And we're seeing that trend change. So I just think it's more about evolving and understanding that's where we're headed. And there's lots of reasons for it, demographics, economics, et cetera. But it's something that's happening across the country, certainly in California. So just adjusting. And now I love the point though about, if the closer your enrollment is to your ADA, that's the goal. Because, we're not going to artificially increase the number of children that are out there to be educated. Again, that's just people are having fewer kids. But we can get really close to the number of kids that are in our district that are actually enrolled and attending. That should be the goal and the target, right? Let's close that gap. And that's really what we should be focused on. So I appreciate Mr. Fromm, you pointing that should be the goal, because I think that's.
But also to add on to that point too, in terms of the ADA going down, our surrounding districts, Fontana, San Bernardino, Redlands that were around, their declining ADA is less than ours. So that shows us our surrounding areas are plucking our kids. So we got to keep those kids back, market our programs that we are doing so we don't lose them to the neighboring ones in that. So I found that interesting when the county sent that out of the rates of going down, because every district in San Bernardino County is pretty much going down.
Yeah.
Some steeper, some not, but all of them around us they're still going down, but a much slower rate than our ADA. So
yeah,
there's a little bit what we can do there. Bring kids back.
Yeah, that's a great point. Well, we have a neighboring district who shall remain nameless that is literally sending out flyers to our community to try and get their kids enrolled in their school. And there's reasons for it. There's some just geographical reasons. Sometimes you're closer to the school. You have a school across the street that happens to be in another district, and our school is a little further out. I get that, but you're right. There are certain things that districts are doing to try to pull their kids in because they realize that ADA is incredibly important. So But I appreciate that point, and I think that helps me have a different mindset when looking at ADA, that trying to really target and get as close to that enrollment as possible, as opposed to lamenting that there's just fewer kids out there, because that's just a reality I think we live in. So that's all I have for budget. I do have a couple of LCAP questions if I can jump into that. Sorry to be long-winded, but again, I love the presentation. We've talked about the goals. So question about the point made related to student and family needs. I just wonder if you can flush that out a little bit, if there were specific needs that we heard repeatedly from our families that fit into that category, because that's kind of a catch-all category.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is just, and I'm gonna, might phone a friend on this one, but a lot of it was more continued mental health support. So as we're adding we're adding a clinical therapist, which allows us to add, I believe, 11 more interns. So it's just expanding the support for students, because there's, mental health crisis
You're right.
that is still continuing. And so that the support there and providing those resources to families as to if they need more than what we can offer, where to go for that.
Do we track that in any way, shape, or form? I'm curious if we track that data, or can we? If we don't, can we? Because I'm also wondering, are there things like, housing? I mean, in conversations, I imagine our families are saying, yeah, we have a need for housing, where the homeless rate has increased in this county year after year. And this last year went up 26%. And that's not just, single adults, that's families as well. So over the last 5 years, the homeless rate in this county has doubled, literally. So things like housing, food insecurity, I live this every day, and I see the families that are now coming to get lunch today, most of them from San Bernardino, that which I love to see, but that tells me that food insecurity is still an issue. Housing is still an issue as we get calls, and we can. So I know it's not something that we do, but it's interesting, I think, to be able to track the needs that we can either perhaps find other resources and contacts and providers. But I imagine, parents don't draw the line and just come to us with an educational need. Sometimes they'll share other personal needs that, at least for me, it would be helpful to know, to understand who it is that we serve in our district and what are their needs, and whether it's going to other agencies, county, housing authority, partners and providers like my organization, we can bring those resources to the district. So
yeah, I know we have, excuse me, I know we have community liaisons that are out doing some of that work. There was an additional one added to the LCAP for the 3 cohorts now that work with the district. I know Antonio with his group is continuing that, and they are tracking a lot of data. And so I can see if
it'd be interesting to see what the top 3 needs are. Would be interesting to see. Yeah. And then the last one is the point about graduation rates and graduation requirements. It's been really interesting over the last few years with COVID, and the state has given us opportunities to, I don't want to say lax some of those, but really be flexible with our requirements for graduation, identifying, recognizing the need. And I'm wondering if we're seeing, or if there's talk at a state level that really reevaluating the requirements for graduation. I've seen you say no, which is interesting to me. So we just, the ACT and the SAT are now like going away, because colleges, including the CSU and UCs, I believe, are saying, okay, this is no longer a really good indicator of student success and admissions. In fact, it's an artificial barrier in many cases. So we're doing away with what was an institutional, like you had to have the SAT, you had to have the ACT. That's a huge move for universities to go in that direction. And a recognition that maybe some of these requirements are really more barriers than they are accurate assessments. We're not having that same conversation around certain requirements for graduation, that things are just.
No, they're actually adding requirements. When you consider the ethnic studies requirement, and now there's talk of adding a financial literacy, which is definitely needed. But at the same time, there's only so many credits in it.
Well, and again, are you creating barriers for students to graduate that? Again, so if you come from, a family that does pretty well economically, talking about understanding financial literacy, maybe something that they understand. An economically disadvantaged family may not have those conversations or resources. And so it'd be interesting to see what they talk about around financial literacy, because.
And one of the things we may look at with something like that is, can we do like just here is a course that you have to complete during an online course that you have to complete during your 4 years of high school, to do it that way, so that it doesn't factor into what you're.
In a way that's
you have
accessible.
3 years, that you have 4 years to do it. And where you can get help, and we're trying to think of different ways of doing that. I brought up, because of our issue in October, brought it up to our county assistant soup meetings regarding, hey, is anybody doing this? Is anybody, and the conversation didn't even start. I think it hit everybody when dashboard came out. We knew sooner, but it hit everybody when they saw their dashboards, and then all the other ones were calling saying, hey, are you guys doing anything about this? I'm like, no, you guys said everyone said they weren't. We brought it to the county, had several conversations. I'm proud of the fact that we got to 91.1%, knowing that last year's rate was 130 credits, and we held steady to 220 this year. And so I think we should be proud of the fact that we did hold that standard. We did have students rise to the occasion to achieve it, and those that are still working on it, and we're doing as much as we can to support those to get that. And we have a lot of students also coming back for their 5th year that decided that they really skipped the entire year or 2 years of education during the COVID process. And so we'll keep plugging away at all that, and hopefully we found a few things that are working, and we're just going to keep tying into those for our students.
Yeah, you know, in discussion with several other district superintendents and Dr. Peterson talked about this, is lowering the number to 130, but we felt what we need to do is provide more support intervention and keep it there versus, because you got to deal with the lowering the standard, but provide the support, because we're going to have to, and that's what we did. That's why when we worked on the Mission 220, right? It's not mission impossible to get kids to rise to that standard if you expect that. And so that's why we kept that number. In other districts, you'll see lowered it down to 130. And so, but we had a very good discussion about why we should keep it there and provide more support, intervention, and so forth.
And like I said, our high school principals and high school counselors did an amazing job, and Dr. Mooney group did an amazing job in doing the work with that. And of course, all of our teachers that are, can't
Awesome.
our teachers, all of our teachers that are just stepping up to teach extra classes and doing that work as well.
And the work that Dr. Peterson's group is also, and with collaboration with our, and it's a pilot right now with the DMF rates, also looking at that, the systemic issues that again lead towards the failure for kids, and then lose interest and so forth, and then dropout happens, right? So we're going back and digging deep into that to unpack all that, identify.
Yeah, so we're trying to expand that next year, and we had, for those that participated this year, we had a few teachers that actually went from like a 50% failure rate to 20 in second semester. And so kudos to them for seeing the connection and making the change. It's not about kids performing less. It was about thinking about how kids learn.
Yeah,
And so
yeah,
our
that
kids learning.
paradigm shift that's happening. I mean, it's a slow process, but that urgency exists. But the numbers tell the story that we are making a difference with the support and the interventions.
Well, and it's interesting because we saw one of the largest graduating classes from our alternative high schools, and because we offered online as an ongoing option, and those kids will tell the story that if it wasn't for this or wasn't for the opportunities through these alternative education programs, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be graduating. And it'll be interesting to see, again, different kids learn differently, and how the more options that we offer, not to dilute or reduce the standard, right? We don't lower the standard or dilute the quality of education, but you can deliver education in a lot of different venues. And we have some kids who are just going to thrive in an independent study model, can do the online thing. And now that we make that a viable option and not sort of, well, just, you flunked out of the normal stuff, so you have to go here, changing that culture so that they can use it as an option, as a viable option, we'll probably see more and more, which is great.
And the good news, and Dr. Mooney met with me today, and we talked about, and it's only one kid, but hopefully there'll be more in the future. One student for our early college program, they're doing a parent, we sent out letters, Dr. Mooney sent out letters to all of our 8th grade families in the Bloomington side to come to that would qualify to do the early college program, to come to a parent meeting in July, and just to let them know of that. And got a phone call from a parent that was going to take their student probably to the IB program at Harupa Hills, and now it's like, okay, I'm coming. I can my son or daughter can graduate with an AA degree at the same time getting their diploma.
Wow.
So that's one we got back.
Very cool. We'll take it. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, Bertha?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, well, first of all, I'll start with the business, with the Assistant Superintendent From and Director Sarabia. I just want to thank you for your clarity. You know, when for dealing with numbers, it really helps when you lay it out the way you do, with clarity and, you know, I appreciate your expertise and also your forward thinking, you know, as we move ahead in the years to come. So thank you for this information.
Thank you.
To say. With the LCAP, with Dr. Peterson, the goals, of course, we all know the 5 goals that we have, but it's very clear when we look at the document that where the focus, our focus is. You know, our focus is definitely on our students. When we look at goal 4 with the family and community engagement, what I would like to see at the beginning of the 23-24 school year is to send that message out that family and community engagement is very important and that parents are welcome. They're welcome to committees, they're welcome to voice their concerns, to voice their opinions. So I would love to see that continue. And also the, you know, the reading challenge that we had that was, you know, very successful. With that, are we planning to do that again?
Yeah, it will continue next year, and secondary is also working on,
Okay.
I know they had one a couple of years ago, and so they're working on a specific one, actually through an app, and they're gamifying it.
Okay. And with the, you know, we're going to use accelerated reader to continue measuring the, yeah, okay.
First for the elementary one, yeah.
For elementary, yes. And, you know, and what I would like to see also is to offer this to our students, but also make sure that we are offering the students the freedom that to, when they pick reading books from the library, that it's their interest and not just dictated to them. It's like, you know, if a child loves dinosaurs or a child loves, you know, any subject, you know, whether it's, you know, butterflies, whatever, that the kids are able to get their hands on these books.
Yeah, so we continue to have, I believe approximately $400,000 to $500,000 in the LCAP each year, whether it's digital or in classrooms or in libraries.
Yeah.
Money for books, and so that will continue, English and Spanish as well. And so that focus on that and establishing, making sure that we have classroom libraries as well, we'll
Right.
continue to fund that so students can have, as well as sometimes is, you know, here's a book and you know, if they need it, you know, to be able to use and take home with them. So,
Yeah.
So we'll continue with that.
That's great to see. And also just, did we get any feedback from teachers after this reading challenge? Do we get any feedback from teachers on how to improve on it? Or, you know, do we need to look at how the kids are being leveled so that they're on the right track? I mean,
I can get more info to you on that. I do know that we had, when we made the announcements for the winners, we had an abundance of classrooms, full classrooms that had that on their video. And so in executive cabinet, we announced the winners and just about over 100, I believe, different classrooms or different logins that occurred through that. So it sounded like there was a lot of excitement out there, and I can get more information.
yeah, there was definitely excitement and there's very, very successful. So you know, I'm looking forward to next year. And just the last thing is the Mission 220 back in October. Yeah, we were kind of like, you know, very worried. But thank you for taking that on and being proactive and developing a plan, you know, for our students. So with that's all I had. Thank you.
And Ms. Flores, I was going to say that the literacy task force that's part of the design plan is not only proactively, you heard the presentation, and so actually we have a representative here who's probably listening to that, not to put you on the spot, but it's a priority focus of the literacy piece is it's in the plan. We have a committee that's holding the executive cabinet and the leadership accountable for implementing you know, the reading challenge and the other. So this is not a one-time deal. This is going to continue to grow, and you'll see the expansion of not only the reading challenge, but other things that focus on literacy. in the district. That's just part of the identity, DNA of the district. And it'll be part of everything that we do.
And we hope to be back in August and September with the presentation of the literacy task force plan, as well as the arts grant plan, so that the members of those committees will present to the board, so you can hear directly from them.
Yeah, and at the presentation, I mean, and you being here, you know, we heard loud and clear that the key thing is allowing for time for teachers to meet. So we are working on that. We hear you, and we're here to support you. Thank you.
Mrs. Harrell.
Just have two comments, I think. The first comment is in regards to intra-district transfers. I know that we have an issue with a neighboring district that keeps pilfering our kids. And we lose quite a few kids from Ruth L. Harris. I don't know what the numbers were last year, but the year before that, it was about 84 kids that did not move on to Bloomington High School. Do we keep track of how we lose those kids, and what are we doing to combat that?
I'm going to phone a friend here, Dr. Ortiz.
Yeah, that's a good question, Ms. Hart. We did have, I put together an enrollment campaign task force to look at that, because we do know that that is an issue. So we do have some ideas in the work to try to combat that more this year. We met late in this year, but for next year, we do trying to target finding out from those parents what is it that prohibits them, but also trying to get to the 8th grade parent sooner. And trying to work with BHS to try to possibly fit in some CTE courses at starting the pathway at the elementary, middle school, and high school. And I don't think it's kind of been mentioned, our just advertising what our high schools provide to really sell, because we have a lot of successful programs that when we met in the task force that Jurupa Hills doesn't have, that we have at BHS. So getting that information out there to parents and getting kids and parents excited about BHS, I think it needs to start earlier in the elementary. So Rutho, the feeder schools, and BHS working together to make sure that we're getting that information out there. So we'll put something together to make sure that we target that next year, way before the end of the year.
Yeah, I think it's really important because this has been an ongoing problem. And excuse me. So I hope we can find a way to, like you said, to promote all of the good things that are happening so that we don't lose those students. Because I had mentioned it before, and Board Member Flores had mentioned it. I live in the Southridge area of Fontana, and we're kind of split. Part goes to, Fontana, and part goes to Colton. And there's so many kids from that area that are going up there, that we lose so many of them. And I know that they're not all getting intra-district transfers because we would say no, or, so they're just doing it. And part of it is Fontana is targeting these kids because we get flyers. They just blanket send them to everybody in Southridge to come to their school. And I don't know what the answer is, but we have to do something to show them what we have. And like you said, we're offering programs and they're not. So they must not be aware of them. So that's the thing. That's the key. I believe we need to make them aware of what we have. So I appreciate that. And I would look forward to hearing what we're going to do about it.
Can I just add to what you're just saying before you go on? I'm sorry for interrupting.
No problem.
But there's you're right. We have a lot of programs, very successful programs. And just an example, we just about a week ago, we received a news article from Grand Terrace High School receiving national recognition for its engineering program. So we need to sell these things. That we it's a nice article, but if it doesn't go anywhere, nobody finds out. But in Grand Terrace, I'm sure if parents in our community knew that Grand Terrace received this recognition, they're going to think twice about leaving our district.
Yeah,
That's
sorry, if I could just make a comment about that we actually, and give credit to Ms. Orloff here, we actually have recently think at least three press releases that have showcased our programs. And they're in the different local newspapers, and they've been, so we talk about this on a regular basis, promote our programs, and we believe we shared that. We'd be more than happy to share those press releases to the board, but we've done three so far. So we're not just sitting there and allowing this to happen. We've looked at our intra-district transfer policy, or inter-district, and looking at that and identifying what schools, when we look at the boundaries, are actually looking at the numbers. Where we have to be better at, I'll just say this, is identifying each individual kid that leaves, each individual kid. So that's where we headed. Our goal is to keep our kids in our schools with these amazing programs. But we are advertising, we are marketing, we're doing that. Where social media feeds are on there. We are making changes not only this year, but they're happening now as we speak, but next year. And I'll talk to the board more. We'll send more information regarding our back to school nights, our open houses, because I'm going to use those as opportunities to showcase our programs and to have the board there to be part of this community. So we're not just, let's just be clear, we're not just letting this happen. There is, first you got to identify what the issue is, and then you got to come up with the solution to the issue that we've been talking about board all year long. And it's obviously happening more on the Fontana side because there's a high school there that's brand new. But it is something that we are addressing, and I think every week that we talk about this.
Mrs. Flores brought up a good comment as far as like that article that came out. That article comes to the board, but that article needs to be also on our social media sites. It needs to be on our website. When we have something that, the newspaper writes an article about it, no matter what newspaper it is, it should be out there for people to see it. So I think that's another way for people to see that, what we're doing.
Yeah, and let me be clear about that. The reason that article happened was because Ms. Orloff put that together and sent it to them.
Well, we need to showcase more things.
Could I make a quick comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. For the majority of us, we've been through college orientation where our parents and we went through the orientation at your given universities. And it's really an exciting moment for the student and the parents. And we probably all experienced something similar for those who've gone through that. And one of the things that we probably should try to do is to provide our 8th grade students with some type of similar experience where we invite their parents and the students, not at the end of the school year, maybe at the middle of the school year, where the parents can take a look at all these wonderful programs that we have to offer, where they are able to get tours of the schools, listen to the band, listen to the choir do a performance, listen to our theatrical do a little skit, talk to some of the coaches, talk to the teachers, the principals. And I think that something like that, when we can engage with the parents and show them what we have to offer, and we hear it all the time from these wonderful students that come and do their showcases, all our high schools, we can provide a parent with a better look of why they should be coming to Cone Joint Unified School District. So something just to add, to throw in, for us to consider, because yes, we put things out, but why don't we invite the parents to our schools? we want you. You know, we want your students. This is what we have to offer. And, you know, this is the best choice. So something to that effect. Sorry, Pat.
No problem. My other question was, I don't know how many students we have who are working during the summer to get to graduate. But I remember in the past when we had, we used to do a summer graduation. Will we be doing that for these students to participate in? Because I think it's important for them to feel like, you know.
Yeah, so if you recall, we made the announcement that we were going to allow anyone within 10 credits to graduate with or to walk with this year's class. So I don't know how many out of the 115 that are in adult ed Slover, the 12th grade summer school did walk. But we will absolutely, for those that didn't, offer that opportunity as well as our adult school graduates. So that will happen.
All right,
I
thank
think
you.
September is when that happens.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments? I have a comment about this very issue that happened in our family. And I think the decision, all the comments that were heard when my grandson was going to go to high school happened on the baseball field, and he almost went to Harupa Hills. And if we could somehow target the parents, because they all go to the games and they all talk and they all make decisions, and they want to go with their friends, and that's to me, a lot of kids. I bet if we looked at it, we'd have a high percentage of kids who play sports in the spring going over to school there. If we could somehow connect with those parents and let them know what we do have, because all I kept hearing is, but it's a brand new school, they have all these wonderful things happening. I said, you have no idea how good Bloomington really is. You know, because it's they see it as an old school, and we need to change that mindset. We need to get the facts out. But I really believe that is a target group of parents that we need to look at. Because I think we lose a lot of kids from there.
To that, and this is a great conversation. I think it's worth agendizing, quite frankly, because I think there's a lot we can dig into, and I think there's data that we can look at. But the point is, are we talking to the families? Because they'll tell us why they send their kid to Harupa Hills and not Bloomington. And it could be a logistical reason. I mean, if you're over off of Harupa and what is it, Poplar, and you're in that area, like you're 3 minutes from Harupa Hills and it's in traffic, it could be a lot longer to Bloomington. It's just more convenience. And I understand that. And that could be the reality. And the reason, there's nothing we can do. We can't move the schools. But if it's something else, if it's programming, sports, something about it, reputation, stigma, whatever it might be, that we can address. And, you know, I'll give an example, because we have that to some degree where I live in Colton on the west side, where Colton, San Bernardino, Rialto all come together. There's a portion of Colton there off of Pepper, north of San Bernardino Avenue, that is actually in the Rialto Unified School District. So Garcia Elementary is the school. That's the city of Colton. You've got a lot of families and Colton people there that their kids go to Garcia Elementary. Although there's a number of families, because they're Colton, they send their kids over to Rogers, or they could transfer and go, because they want their kids to go to the same schools that they did. That's great. And we should be marketing and targeting. I don't think we necessarily poach those kids. Those are families that I know personally who it's just a Colton thing. It's a Colton High thing, and I think it's great. So we have those relationships and realities all over the district. But in this case, I think we really need to talk to the parents and dig into it. But perhaps we can have a future discussion, agendize it, and even dig into it more. So if we can give direction.
You know,
That's a great idea.
just make a quick comment to what Dan just said. I know a lot of families in that same area who saw that was Colton, California, and they bought those homes thinking that they were going to send their kids to Colton. And, you know, there's been a couple families who've been bugging me. Why don't we just bring them into the Colton fold, you know? And that could be something we could take a look at too, to annex that area, because it is the city of Colton.
You know, I have a quick comment here. I don't know if I missed it or not, but have we investigated to find out what Hills High School does with pathways or anything? Have we looked at what they do? Do we know?
Yeah, like I said, Mr. Fuentes, that was part of the discussion. So
okay.
there is no, I was going to say huge, but there are some major things that we provide at Bloomington. that Mr. Lucero looked into that Harupa Hills doesn't, and that's part of the marketing. That was also the discussion, was reaching out to those parents who are leaving, because I can tell you that some of those parents talked to Alejandra and let her know some very specific concerns that they have. And I think just looking at the school, so I think there's some aesthetic things that we can do as well, but ultimately internally, the instruction and things like that matter and what we provide. So focusing on those things will make a difference too. But that is part of the committees or task forces work, is reaching out to those parents to find out why.
Okay.
Even if you're a mile away, is there a way we can get you back to Bloomington High School? Because it's awesome there. So all the things that you're talking about was discussed at the task force. So
Let me also add that we've actually visited Harupa Hills High School several years ago, and it wasn't our intent to go in there and look at programs. We were actually looking at their system for processing kids for COVID during that time. But it just happened that we were there and we asked questions about their programs. The only program that I really identified that we've had a conversation with is the IB program. That's what we identify. The IB program is also at Kaiser, and those two programs, or that one program. But other than that, in terms of the pathways, there's nothing else there. There's sports programs. Actually, I'm going to say this there to say that ours are better at Bloomington. So I'll put that out there in virtual land. And I believe that because you look at the results. And I have actual friends that send their kids to Harupa Hills who live in Fontana. And again, our goal is keep our kids. And there is a board policy that limits the amount of intra-district transfers. So I've been very clear about and make sure that policy, we follow it. I believe it's 10% of the total enrollment of the district, and Ms. Kingston knows more about than I do, and I probably have the number wrong. So correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a policy that talks about that we look at. But I think all the points being made are excellent. And but again, we offer incredible programs. It is marketing and branding that really has to, step it up and get us to our goal.
I'm going to go back to Dan's comment about having it agendized and having further discussions. That's something the board wants to do. I think that we.
Yeah, I would be in favor. Yeah.
That whatever they're, working on, maybe they can present to us and let us know what we're looking at to try to fix it.
Is that something that we'd be able to do?
Yes.
Dr. Miranda?
Yeah, she's asking. Yeah, absolutely. And I'll add that, again, we start the process and the answer is yes. And we've actually just last board meeting, we hired Thought Exchange to help us with surveys and those kinds of tools to help us survey parents, English and Spanish, of course, to ensure that we get that info, that it's vital. And we don't know what we don't know. And that's a problem.
And we should consider looking at the Rialto side also, even though I know it's more out here in the Bloomington area. But I think we need to keep an eye out also in Rialto, just in case, or any of the schools on this side too. Just to be on the safe side. I think it's something that needs to be looked at too, so.
Just for the record, the parents that have told me the reason they pull their kids out is sports and aesthetics. So it's good that you brought that up.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, why would that be a problem? Well, we want our son or daughter to go to a clean school and that looks nice. And I'm like, but what about the education they're going to receive? And it just drives me crazy. So I'm glad that you brought that up because that's something, that we're looking into.
I will sit here as a grandmother, and I worked in Fontana and I loved working there. But I know that my grandchildren had a wonderful education. someone right here had a direct influence on my grandson. And that's immeasurable on how important that is. And we provide that in Bloomington. I'm just really proud that we made that decision. And I'm proud of Bloomington High School because he had great teachers there and they did an amazing job. Had a terrific principal too, so.
And I agree with you because my daughter was a graduate and she was very, very successful. So, you know, we have to do what we have to do to.
We need to sell it because we're good.
That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth. Any other comments before we move on? Thank you so much. It was great.
So we'll bring back a presentation and an update on the board in terms of our plan. So thank you.
Okay. We are now at item 5.0 action session for action items. We have items 5.1 through 5.108. Is there anyone who would like an item pulled to be considered separately? I know we need to, oh, well,
5.3 and 5.87.
okay, we have a motion to pull item 5.3 and 5.87. Any others? Okay. Is there a motion to approve action items 5.1 through 5.2 and 5.4 through 5.86? And then 5.87 through 5.08.
5.88.
88, isn't that what I said? No, yeah, you're right, 88. Sorry. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion.
I'll second.
Right,
108.
108.
through 108, yeah. Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and a second by Dan Flores, is that, oh, Fuentes, sorry. To approve action items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.3, I'm sorry, 5.4 to 5.86, that's what I said. Okay, and then 5.87 to 5.108. All right, we're going to do all of them except 5.3, 5.87, 5.108. How's that? Hey, guys, it's been a long 2 weeks, let me tell you. I'm so sorry. I got it, all right. Do I have a second? I have a second. I'll call for a vote. I need to go. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Any abstentions? Okay, on a motion by Board Member Bertha Flores and second by Board Member Fuentes, carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved action items, okay, 5.1 through 5.108 with the exception of 5.3, 5.87, and 5.10. I'm confused. No, that's right. Those two, right? Okay, just the two. I'm sorry. Action item 5.3, we pulled that one. We need to, do I have a motion to approve action item 5.3?
So move.
In a second? Okay, I have it. We have a nomination, a motion by Board Member Ibarra, a second by Board Member Fuentes to approve action item 5.3. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra, second by Board Member Fuentes. Carried on a 6-0-1 vote, Haro abstaining, to approve action item 5.3. Okay. 5.87. You have a motion, please. Anyone? And a motion for 5.87? And a second?
I'll second.
Was that Deb? I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra, second by Board Member Dan Flores to approve item 5.87. Any discussion?
Yes, I just want to make a comment. I spoke to Dr. Miranda today on the library media techs and their reclassification. And he said that Dr. Dade was going to be meeting with them. And would you please, in board correspondence, let us know how the meeting goes?
Yes, that's absolutely.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
Just for clarification, for that process for applying for the reclassification, is that something that you can do? Is it once a year? Is it so many months?
So for this particular group, they didn't apply for reclassification. It was a job review process.
Oh, job
But for
review, okay.
reclassification, yes, after you've reached 2 years of you believing that you're doing the job duties of a higher classification, you can apply. So basically, once you reach that threshold, which was negotiated and agreed to, then you can apply. So after you feel like you reached that, yeah, you can apply each year to try to get us the committee to look at it for that purpose.
So the point being that this doesn't necessarily preclude them from reviewing, having conversations, and then reapplying if there's maybe new information or a consensus that there's something that needs to be addressed.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't preclude the district from taking action
No.
if we believe that there's something there too.
Yes.
So the conversation can continue. It doesn't
Absolutely.
necessarily bring an end to it.
Yes, you're
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Ibarra, second by Dan Flores, and approved with a 7-0 vote. Okay. Item 6.1, adoption of resolution number 23-70 CFD 2, establishing the annual special tax levy for fiscal year 2023-24 for Community Facilities District Number 2. I'm opening the CFD number 2 meeting. For the following action item, the board will be acting as the legislative body of the Community Facilities District Number 2. Do I have a motion to approve CFD number 2, item 6.1? Who is that? Okay, second? Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and second by Board Member Sandoval to approve CFD number 2, item 6.1 as presented. Call for a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ibarra,
Yes.
Mrs. Haro,
Okay, yes.
Mr. Flores, Ms. Doreen Ojeda,
Yeah, yes.
Mrs. Sandoval, Mr. Fuentes,
Yes.
Mrs. Flores.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That extra tax dollars. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and then Board Member Sandoval, carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approves CFD number 2, item 6.1 as presented. I now will adjourn to the regular meeting. Forgot to do that. All right, item 7.1, adoption of resolution number 2371, CFD 3, establishing the annual special tax levy for fiscal year 2023-24 for Community Facilities District Number 3. I'm opening the CFD number 3 meeting. Okay. The following action item, the board will be acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 3. Could I have a motion, please, for CFD number 3, item 7.1? I have a motion by Mr. Flores seconded. Second. Okay. I have a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and seconded by Board Member Sandoval to approve CFD number 3 number 3, item 7.1 as presented. Call for a vote, roll call.
Mrs. Flores? Mr. Fuentes?
Yes.
Mrs. Sandoval? Mr. Ibarra?
Yes.
Mrs. Haro?
Yes.
Mr. Flores? Mrs. Thoreen Ojeda?
Yes. So on the motion by Board Member Dan Flores and Board Member Sandoval, carried on a 7-0 vote. The board approves CFD number 3, item 7.1 as presented. Adjourn to the regular meeting. For the remaining action items on the agenda, the board will be acting as the board of the Colton Joint Unified School District. 8.0, for administrative report 8.1, are there any questions or comments from the board members? 8.2, facilities, there's no update. 8.3, I don't think we have an ACE. Oh, we do, I'm so sorry. No, okay, thank you. 8.4, CSEA. Okay, no update, thank you. Item 8.5, MAC, no. And item 8.6, ROP update.
Yes, we do.
Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you very much. We did have a meeting yesterday, and in our meeting, we approved a contract for the new superintendent of CRIROP, Dr. Jason Angle. And he will begin serving as a superintendent August 1st. So we welcomed him and his wife, and we look forward to working with him. I've heard a lot of wonderful things about this individual, including from Joanne and Dr. Miranda. So we just wish him the best of luck. The Colton Joint Unified School District highlights. Colton Joint Unified School District had 298 pathway completers for the 2022-2023 school year, and which means that all the completers completed the school year with college credit. Bloomington High School Virtual Enterprise Business Plan team received their 4th place plaque from the Western Regional Director, Terry Jones. And it was indicated to us that Terry Jones rarely makes visits in person, and they came all the way down to Bloomington to award the team. So they were very, very excited about that fact. Cone High School STEAM Shop class placed 5th in the Inland Solar Boat Challenge. And they said quite a story that the boat was not even operable until the day of the challenge. They said they had a hard time getting it started. And they picked a young student who weighed the less, so that she can navigate the boat up there in Ukaipa Regional Park. And we took 5th. So they didn't even check to see if it was float worthy or anything. Everything happened right there at the beginning. So they were all just keeping their fingers crossed. So it was quite an exciting story that they were telling us.
And it had 2 engines, only one engine worked.
Yes, there you go. And 14 Cone High School welding students passed the performance testing and earned their certification in welding. Last year they had 10. This year they had 14, and they're shooting for 21 next year. So, and that means that every one of those students can go out and get a job right off the bat. So that's incredible. Should I leave something for you guys, Pat? Yeah.
No, just that I had scanned in the thing, the,
The
for the middle school.
For middle school.
I sent that to Dr. Miranda. I scanned it last night and sent it, and Katie was going to share it. That we have, every year we have this program for our middle school kids, and it costs $40 for the student to go, but we have scholarships for them to go, and they will get to experience things like welding. They'll get to do all the things that the kids do in the pathways. And they're going to be taking them to the LA County Fair, where they're going to be learning things there. So if you know any student, there's several openings. And as I said, there's scholarships to pay for that $40. And it's a great program. We do it every year. But for some reason this year, we don't have the enrollment that we normally do. So if you know any students who would like something really fun, educating, but fun to do during the summer, the information is on our social media site. So just want to remind.
Oh, yeah, and that goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier. Let's capture those incoming eighth graders, Bloomington, Cone, Grand Terrace, and see if we can get them excited about following through on these programs. So that's wonderful.
And
yes.
also I wanted to, when you were speaking about the solar boat challenge, really hats off to Colton High School, because that it was done by the welding students, but it was a joint effort. They worked with automotive, they worked with the English teachers to help write what they needed to write to do it. It was a true collaboration. And as he said, the boat, because of the boat being so large that they built, and Colton not being near a body of water, it wasn't tested till that morning of, they just kind of prayed that it was going to hold up, and out of 13 schools came in fifth. And it was great. We saw photos of it. And I think it's something that we need to highlight what they did. I mean, you're talking about letting press know. I mean, that's pretty impressive what they did. So something to celebrate for those kids and for the school.
Yeah, thank you, Pat. And also, speaking about the boat and not having a place to test it, that's just another segue toward our Cone High School aquatics
Yes.
program. So I'm going to push for that. Yes. So I'm looking forward to hearing something, because I know that a few meetings ago we mentioned that. So I like to see, us head in that direction. So, Israel, anything you'd like to add, please?
Yeah, just one thing, just being part of the vice chair for the Cry Rub Foundation. Please, if you're able to donate to the Cry Rub Foundation every year, we put on an event called the Night of Excellence, where we give away scholarships. And then this year we gave away $21,000, if I'm correct, $21,000 in
Yes.
scholarships to students from our districts and the other districts that are involved with Cry Rub. And so if you can, just go on the website, man, $5, $10, whatever you can give. It makes a difference in a student that wants to move on and be successful in their lives and go to a college or a community tech or whatever it is that they're going to do. It's an opportunity for them when they receive these monies, and it'll help them, laptop, books, whatever they got to do with it. So I always continue to push for the foundation, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Israel. That's all we have.
Thank you. I do want to commend, I mean, I know there's a lot of people applying for different positions, but Jason Engel was my supervisor when I was principal in Fontana, and he's amazing. He's such a good man, very bright, and works hard, and he's all about young people and kids. And so I don't think you could have picked someone any better. He's terrific. And it's, again, another, we were talking earlier and we just said now, we have some wonderful things happening in Colton, and the success he was just talking about, what our Cry Rob is doing. Why wouldn't anyone want to come to Colton? We're just providing so much. Kids can finish this program at Cry Rob and go to work the next day. How many kids can do that? I mean, it's really phenomenal. Mrs. Harrell, how those kids are that program this summer, they have to be eighth graders going into ninth grade, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. All right, we are now at the item 9.1, Superintendent's Communique.
All right, thank you, Board President Joan Tonajeda, board members, Executive Cabinet, and members that are out there online too. It's good to be here this evening with all of you, and I only have a couple of items on my communique this evening as we wrap up the end of the year here. I know school's out, and this is actually off script, but I just have to commend our high school principals that are here for the graduations that just happened, and we just met yesterday or on Tuesday, and I'm already messing up my dates, but we had a great conversation. But that's totally off script because what I really want to talk about is a special board meeting that I provided and mentioned in VC. I'll tell you that I'm very excited about this special board meeting. I know it's an extra day for the board, and I appreciate the board's commitment and dedication to serving the community. This special board meeting, workshop, retreat, whatever we will call it, I'd like to use the word retreat because we're looking at not only looking at the boards and reviewing the board self-evaluation that the board just went through. So it's a process that the board goes through annually. And so to self-evaluate and look at how the board's doing. And so I want to thank the board for completing the survey and taking your time on that. First year that we used the California School Board Association survey, looked at the results already. As you know, our facilitator for the workshop is going to be Gary Rutherford, who, by the way, conducted the search too for the CRIROP and has worked with the board previously on the governance handbook. So Gary, Mr. Rutherford, Gary Rutherford is going to be receiving the results here shortly and going to begin to compile the data and review it with the board at the special board meeting. So I want to take the opportunity at the special board meeting to also couple it with a governance retreat type of format and discuss some important things like goals, priorities, the LCA, the design plan. So I think it's important that we come together as a governance team to review and give more direction, if you will, for as we go into the 23-24 school year, ensure that we're on the same page and just strengthen the board's sense of purpose and team. So I'm looking at having the special board meeting. You see the dates up there, Monday, July 10th. Tuesday, July 11th, not 3 days. I'm one of those days. So just to be clear, on one of those 3 days. Mr. Fuente asked me for the 3 days. I said we can only do one. No, I'm just, okay. All right. So so the 12th is the CRIROP meeting. So but let me just also add that I'd like the special boarding to start at 3 o'clock-ish. Yes, in case we get out earlier. We're looking at I'm just saying we could probably finish earlier, 3 to 4 hours. I'd like the board to commit to be there 3 to 7. We will conduct it in SDC. I think it's 3 to 7 with a dinner break in between that. We can definitely work on the dinner there. So it looks like July 12th is not a good date. So we're either Monday or Tuesday. And let me just add one more thing. The reason why these dates, Monday the 11th? I'm sorry, the July.
Just for myself, oral surgery on the back.
Okay, so the July 10th? Okay. Yeah, I will say this, the reason why these dates, and I want to get those done is because Gary Rutherford will be out of the country right on the 13th. So after that, he won't be back until late August. And as the board knows, the self-evaluation is something in board policy that has to get done here. And in fact, I think we're a little bit over, but that's, I don't think we're late yet, but anyways, so Monday, July 10th is what I'm hearing.
That works.
Does that work for everybody? Okay, so start time, is that okay? A start time of 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock, start time? All right, so we got Monday, July 10th, Joanne, at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much, board, for that. And I just have one more slide. Again, thank you, because I'm looking forward to that retreat governance conversation there. All right, so we are in summer break. I just want to again thank all the staff for the hard work for this year. There's been a lot of accomplishments, a lot of highlights, a lot of successes. I just talked about our graduations. We're amazing. First year we have Grand Terrace at the site and also Bloomington High School. Very successful, very proud of the work that the staff did, the teachers, students. And we, like I said, we just met, and we did an after action review to talk about changes and how we can get better, because it's about continuous improvement, not necessarily perfection, right? We can strive for it, but we're always trying to get better at what we do. So thank you to the staff for just thought they were amazing. And again, your resilience, your dedication to the students and being student-centered, and that student-centered accountability that we talk about in a design plan. Our vision as students first, achievement, wellness, and equity. And you can do it whatever you want. Either way, you could say equity first, and because equity is in everything. But I again commending the staff for all the work, and I just hope and pray that all of you have a relaxing summer and you get time to get some time, get a break. It's spend time with your family and friends just to unwind. I say this personally, my wife's a first grade teacher. We know the challenges, and it's not easy right now teaching kids. It's really a calling. For our teachers, it's not just a job, it's not just a career, it's a calling. They do this for the love of those kids. And you know what? That takes a lot of energy, emotion, and by the time they're done, they're done and they need a break. You guys need a break, and hopefully you get time to unwind. Read a great book, take a walk, do something that you haven't done. Nothing too crazy, because we need you back. Don't get hurt. But I want to say last, just on behalf of the Board of Education, and as always, Executive Cabinet admires you. All of you inspire us to do our jobs even better. We trust you with our children. And so we just, our hearts, the bottom of our hearts, we just thank you for your service. And I'm not just talking to the teachers, but they're with the kids every day. And we're not, but to our administrators, to, the work that goes done. You guys are truly an inspiration to all of the Executive Cabinet. So thank you. And I hope you guys have a great summer, and it's going to go like this. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Miranda. Item 10.1, board member comments. Mrs. Harrell.
I don't have any comments. My only comment is a quote that I want to read, because I wasn't here at the last meeting before we went on summer break. And I think it's appropriate. It's the end of a school year when your to-do list resembles a lengthy novel. You've learned an entirely new definition of the word exhausted, and you're filling your desk with all of the things you're not sure what else to do with. But your heart is completely full as you prepare to say goodbye to another group of kids that have made you a better person and a better teacher. That's it.
Thank you. Board Member Sandoval. Board Member Bertha Flores.
Thank you. I had the privilege to attend the Gettysburg trip this past June 4th through 8th. That was the block of time that the group was there, and it was with the leadership team that was selected. And first of all, I just want to say there was about 22 of us, and about 22 of us. And I'm not familiar with the process that was followed to select the people that went, but I just want to assure you that the right people were there. They were I'm just so proud of every single person that participated on this trip. We had, I think out of 22, just maybe 6 teachers, but the rest were receptionists, maintenance and operation, what other, nutrition services. And they proved themselves to be great leaders, and they participated fully. You know, it was a personal experience, beautiful experience. It's also a professional experience. I love history, but I walked away from the battlefields in Gettysburg feeling the history. And that is a feeling that I will never forget. And the way it was tied, every single activity was tied to being better leaders. How can we be better leaders? So I just want to commend the HR department for the selection. I don't know how it was done, but I just want to just assure you that the people, they were the right people at the right place. And I'm looking forward to what follows. Because the momentum was there. I know that we would love to continue with this group. And, you know, I think their supervisors, whether it's the principals or department leaders, they already know the people that they have in there. And they know these people are, the people that attended are the leaders. So, you know, but we didn't know that. So it was really very good to see that. And let's see, I think that was it. Oh, the only thing is, I joined the group because I know it wasn't just a one-time deal. They met all year, several times a year, and they did book talks, they had conversations, they had a lot of activities. I joined them probably midway through the year, and I went, to be honest with you, the first day I went, it was just to observe what was going on. I couldn't leave. I really couldn't leave. I was just, you know, drawn into the activities, and I signed up for Gettysburg, and it was just amazing. So it was a great experience, and I think our district walked away, you know, with a lot of knowledge and our future leaders. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Fuentes.
Thank you, Board President. I also want to jump on that one. I was one of the board members also that went. I'm not going to say everything Bertha said because she said it very clearly. I still, as of today, am still in the process of all of that. It was just, it was from the morning to the end. I mean, we were tired at the end of the day. You know, we ended almost at 9 o'clock sometimes, 9:30 after we had dinner and stuff. But the conversations amongst everybody that was there was very positive. I'm going to read an email that I sent to some of you here. And then it says, just wanted to share with all of you. I have been to many leadership workshops, but to be honest, nothing like this. I am very humbled and proud that the district, CJUSD, has brought this to our certified, classified, and the overall staff. As I sat there during breakfast and our lunch breaks, I could hear the conversations of the CJUSD team. They felt encouraged and humbled to be part of the seminar. Many acknowledged and felt that CJUSD really cared for their futures with our district. It made me feel like we were doing the right thing for our staff. I know that the current team of professionals, we talked about professionals, will be the mentors for the next team to attend. Let's continue to work in developing the CJUSD staff. I want to commend Brandon and Kathy for their leadership. I want to thank Dr. Jeff and the Diamond 16 for such a great time of fellowship and learning. It was an amazing time. I had never, ever been to a leadership seminar like this, where they take history and they bring it to you and they combine it as a leadership type of thing. You literally are standing there and you're listening to the conversations of the leaders that are there. And you're actually, it's like you're watching the movie. You're actually watching it live because you're actually standing there. And I know that everyone that was there, and I know Steve that's sitting back there, he was part of it also. He's one of our M&O guys. and then you guys heard in public comment what Jessica said. So I'm very, very proud of everybody that was there. Bertha and I, we really, really, a great experience for even us. And like I said, we started in the morning and we ended tired at the end of the day. And it was going. Colonel Jeff, former colonel, when you're in the military, they're going. So we learned a lot and it really made a difference. So I want to thank our leadership team over here, Brandon and Kathy again, and superintendent for giving us the opportunity to do that. I'm so excited now. I forgot what I was going to say next. Just want to say have a great break. Happy Father's Day to everybody. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. Mr. Flores.
No comments other than to thank everybody for an amazing end of the school year. The promotions, the graduations, of course. It's a fun time of year. Thank you for everything you do to make it special for the kids and for the family. So it's wonderful to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Mr. Ibarra.
Thank you, Joanne. I also want to take opportunity to congratulate everyone here. At the end of the school year, the promotions, the graduations were excellent. I think that everyone who participated and attended made it very special for the students and the families that were in the audience. And I just want to say thank you to each one of you and share our thanks to your staffs for a wonderful job in preparing for the end of the school year. So thank you for that as well. And for those who are fathers, just want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day. Enjoy your day, barbecue, watching a ball game, going to the movies, whatever your children have in store for you. So enjoy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ibarra. I have a couple of comments tonight. First of all, I really appreciated it and all the planning and the wonderful school graduations that we had this year. It was wonderful to have them all at schools. I think there's something very special for kids to do that. I hope next year it's not quite as cold. I won't ever complain about the heat again. But they were wonderful. The kids were so well behaved and it was a special night for a board member. I imagine those kids had to really feel great about it, every one of them that came up and got their diplomas. So thank you to everyone who put all their effort into that because it was wonderful. They all were. Tonight we saw our budget and our LCAP, and I looked at all that. Just last week's board correspondence, Tina, you're writing books, aren't you? There's so much involved and it's so in-depth and it takes into account everything that we need to do to make our district such a wonderful place to be, to meet the needs of all of our kids. And you can tell when you look at what the correspondence we get and we look at the monies and how we're spending them at each school. It's just amazing to me that we have been able to provide all that for our kids. And I thank you for that because I know it doesn't happen just overnight. It happens to a committee. I understand that, but it all ends up in your office and you put it out there for us to understand. And I just am grateful for that. And Greg, I'm glad you're the numbers guy, you and Dan. But we're doing a whole lot with what we have. And I think the people in this community should be very proud of our district and our administration because we're trying to make every buck count. And I appreciate that. And they need to understand that too and appreciate it. And on a personal note, I want to thank everyone who helped me tonight get in here. And I'm just praying that I can get home tonight. So thank you, young gentlemen, all of you. Don't tell my husband, please. Okay. The board will now adjourn into closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. Okay. Okay. Back in session. We'll begin with item 12.1, student discipline revocation. There was one student discipline item presented in closed session. Is there a motion to uphold the expulsion order as presented? Thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Board Member Ibarra to uphold the expulsion order as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay? Abstention? So on a motion by Board Member Fuentes and a second by Board Member Ibarra, carried on a 7-0 vote, the board upheld the expulsion order of one student discipline item as presented, 1063091. Item 12.2, personnel public employee, appointment discipline dismiss release, Government Code 54957. On a motion by Board Member Dan Flores and seconded by Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the following. Personnel Public Employee Appointment Government Code 54957, Certificated Coaching 2, Head Varsity Soccer Boys, Head Varsity Soccer Girls, Classified Coaching 6, Head Varsity Basketball Girls, Head Varsity Soccer Boys, Head Varsity Soccer Girls, Head Varsity Volleyball Girls, Pep Squad Director Co-ed, Track Assistant Co-ed, Volunteer Coaching 2, Volleyball Girls, Football Boys, Volunteer General 20. Item 12.3, no action was taken. 12.4, on a motion by Board Member Haro and seconded by Board Member Fuentes and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved Victor Mendoza, Principal Alice Burney. Item 12.5, Personnel Public Employee Appointment. On a motion by Board Member Fuentes and seconded by Board Member Ibarra and carried on a 7-0 vote, the board approved the following. Eric Enciso, Director, Classified Human Resources. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Night.